Sorry, Chooms, give me 1 second. I forgot to set up the VOD. I gotta plug that in. Hold on. Hold on. Hold. Hold. Okay, there we go. That looks good. Yes. Alright. Get that going. And then we'll get this going. And then we'll do this. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hi. Hi. Good to see you. Hello, Mage. Happy Thursday. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling better. Hello, Veckers. And hello, Von Watchers. Hope everyone's having a good week. I hope you are comfy. I hope you are feeling accomplished or had something good to eat. Just something to make the week good for you. I hope you're all excited for the weekend. I have too many things I want to do. I have too many things I want to do this weekend, and I know I'm not going to get to all of them, and it's really frustrating. I'm like, please. But before that, I don't know what we're gonna do tonight, frankly. So here's kind of the problem. I still have the bug that we were looking at before, and I was showing you guys last time the tappy foot, right? The foot that goes crazy when it bugs out, right? Ready to sleep. Yeah, see, that's one of the things I want to do. But then if I do that, I can't do the other things that I want to do. It's not fair. It's not fair is what it is. So after doing a little bit more investigation, one of the things that I noticed is when I switch between the forward and backward solve, it's not just the foot, the thigh bone rotates. It's a little bit, like 2 degrees. And obviously the entire leg doesn't spaz out, but my suspicion is that there is a slight discrepancy in how the leg is situated according to the IK rig, according to the control rig, and that sort of propagates down the leg to the final bone, which starts to shit itself. I have tried looking at how it is set up. I have tried looking for stuff online. I found a little video talking about correcting the orientation of the leg bone and how to do that. So I tried doing that before the stream, but it didn't seem to help. It was actually breaking the animations that we already had because the bones were in different places, and so it wasn't working. Thankfully, I was able to walk that back. Thank you for non-destructive development processes. But at the moment, I am no closer to actually solving the problem, which, as you can probably imagine, is quite annoying. So that's problem number 1, right? Problem number 2, and this is bad form on my part, is I do not have a good list of things that I need to do to make the game work drafted up anywhere, right? I think I had one at some point. I could probably dig through all of my files and see if I can find something, but I don't have it immediately on hand, right? So, you know, there's the sort of low-hanging stuff of like, oh, well, you know, I need some of these other characters made. I need to add, or I need to develop VFX systems. I need to develop this. I need to develop that. I need to incorporate these ideas. But I don't have it in any like really concrete format where I can say, all right, well, let's tackle this aspect tonight, right? So with animation still being hamstrung, I don't really know what we could just sort of grab off the shelf and work on instead. Right? I don't necessarily, and I don't have anything prepared either. So that's, a bit of a problem. So, I suppose I could have prepared something, but I spent that time trying to get the animation stuff resolved. With all that said, I don't have a plan for this evening. I don't know what we're doing. So, there's a couple of things that we could maybe do. Um, Unfortunately, as much as I really do want to, maintain the pace of the dev streams, and we're gonna try again next week, and we're gonna keep trying until we get there. I just don't think we really have anything that we can throw ourselves at tonight, right? It sucks. It's frustrating, and I'm sorry, but it's kind of where I'm at right now. So we got a couple of options, I guess, on what we can do. I also don't have the next drawing project decided on. So that's a little bit not quite ready to go either. Hopefully by Saturday I'll sort of have that figured out, but frankly I kind of figured we got through the previous drawing maybe a little bit faster than I anticipated. So whoops, just too good, I guess. So with that said, there are a couple of things that we could maybe look at doing tonight. Let's see. So we have Star Citizen, right? We could pop that open for a little bit and do some mining, maybe a little bit of combat, just kind of show off where the game is at. Hopefully it puts on a good show and doesn't just, shit itself. It's hard to know some days, right? We could do that. We could play some Deadlock. We don't have like a group ready to go or anything, but maybe we could poke Jin's server and see if anyone wants to play. Because I know that's been getting a fair amount of traction lately. I keep meaning to jump back in and give it a go. So it could be a good opportunity to just sort of try that out and see where it's at. We could, if people want to sort of put a group together, we could look at doing some Helldivers. Speaking of games that I haven't played in a while and would like to. And we have Horizon Forbidden West, which we left on a cliffhanger last time. And I think there's definitely, could jump in and see what's going on with that. Get the big revelations, the big reveals. But I also kind of feel like, people are expecting that on Saturday and might show up to watch it then and be like, but what about the cliffhanger? I was like, oh, yeah, we did that on Thursday. You should go watch the VOD. So that might be a little bit rude, right, to the Saturday crowd who would be caught off guard by moving it. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. I have drawing projects, but I don't have stuff for the stream, right? I've got the model work to do. I've got some stuff to do for next month, but I don't have anything like immediately ready for like right now. Unfortunately, we can't really do that much with the model on stream because there's stuff in it that might be considered kind of TOS. I guess it technically would. I don't know what Twitch's rules are with model work, but I tend to err on the side of caution, I feel like they could get really particular with some of it. So that's kind of where I'm at. What would you guys be interested in doing tonight. We got a couple of game options. We could potentially work on the model. I don't know. I don't know. I say like, oh, I want it to be a surprise, but a lot of the stuff that I'm doing is not really like big new shit. It's more just like improving the functionality of what we already have, right? I'm not gonna like change all this. I was kind of lamenting earlier. It's like I enjoy working on the model, but because I don't really have like a deadline on it, I keep punting it back in favor of working on stuff that needs to get done sooner. So I end up not getting a lot of hands-on time with it in a given week. So I don't know. I'm kind of open to any of those ideas. Did Tech already go to bed? It is pretty late for him. I feel like he might wrap things up pretty soon if he hasn't already. Might have been fun to run through some Helldivers and just sort of bring him up to speed, but we'll see. I think he's already gone. I don't know. Any opinions? Any thoughts? Any reckonings? Okay. Well. I gotta make sure I write a to-do list for this weekend or something's gonna slip through the cracks. I'm gonna be really upset. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, and if you're feeling tired, you should definitely get some rest. Okay, well, I'm thinking. What I'm thinking is I'm going to ping around a little bit. I'll see if anyone is interested in trying out some Deadlock or, what's the word? Or maybe some Helldivers. Probably Deadlock. I feel like people are going to have better access to Deadlock despite it being invite only. Like, it is the most open closed gate possible. It's like, hey, we let some people into this reserved party. And you can just invite all of your friends. And then your friends can invite all of their friends. And their friends can invite all of their friends. And it just kind of keeps propagating out. So it's like, yeah, as long as you know somebody, you can get the game. Like, okay. You just, honestly, it might just be a way to like sort of keep bots and spammers out, right? Of like, well, if you're not on anybody's friend list, then you can't get in the game. It might honestly just be that backup plan. Let me go ahead and close Unreal down. As much as I want to figure this out, I'm not going to subject you guys to sitting here for like 2.5 hours while I just stare at it and go, why don't you work? Just scouring Google searches and whatnot. That's not fun. It's not fun. Like, we do run into those a lot with the game dev streams, but it's never intentional, right? It's always, we were working on something and then something went sideways and now we need to figure it out. It's not, like, that's not how I want to start working on it. Also decent against people making alt accounts for band evasions. True. That's true. You can't, I mean, I guess technically your friend could invite the alt account, but it is definitely a lot more effort. And sometimes just like that little bit of friction is enough of a deterrent to ward people off. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We might do a little bit of a half and half situation. What I think we'll start out with is we're gonna play a little Star Citizen. I've got a bit of a mining project going on, so we'll touch on that and sort of see how that goes. in the meantime, I will ping and poke and see if anybody wants to play some Deadlock, and if we can get a group together, even not even like a full team, just like, I don't know, a couple of folks that want to play, then maybe we'll switch over to doing that. But why don't we just start out with some Star Citizen? We can sort of crack some rocks for a little bit and kind of see where it takes us. Maybe we'll just crack rocks in chat. That honestly doesn't sound like a bad way to spend the evening. Alright, let me get the game up and going. I guess I'll go ahead and switch the category as well. So yeah, I don't know. How's y'all's week been? It hasn't been too bad on my end. Honestly, yeah, it's been okay. I went for a run yesterday. It was a good run, but I got a couple of blisters towards the end, all sort of on the insides of my feet, which is like, damn it. I need new shoes. Like, I was talking about this with my therapist, my physical therapist, that the shoes that I have are good and they're very comfortable, but they don't provide a lot of support, right? Shoes can be kind of built for different purposes. And the ones that I have provide a lot of comfort. They provide a lot of bounce in the step, which is nice. But I just need more like structural support, and they're not really providing much of that. So I could get insets. I'm probably gonna do that as well, but I kind of need to just find a shoe that provides more overall support. So that's one of the things that I'm thinking I'm gonna try and do this weekend, just so I can get that out of the way. We'll see. But yeah, I really want to make more progress on the model. And I gotta do document stuff. Oh, that is a big thing though. This is a big thing. So like I was saying on Discord, I tested the build on the Traveler here. Pitch. And aside from maxing out the graphics chip, it worked very well. It ran very smoothly. There was no hitching, there was no load issues. It was really good. So that's promising, right? And I figure it should be a good indication that if it can run on that, because that's basically like, I would say a mid-grade laptop in terms of overall power. If it can do that, it should run on any PC. So tomorrow I'm gonna release the test build. I'm gonna put it up on a drive link. It'll link to the feedback form in the README, and I'm gonna start putting the word out for anybody that is willing to do some work, put in a few minutes just to sort of mess around with it and see if people want to do something, or can provide a little bit of feedback. Probably gonna ask around a little bit and see if I can get some permission to ping a Discord and be like, hey, would anybody be willing to test out my Widow game project, please and thank you. So barring just the day being crazy and I don't get any time to actually go and do the rounds with it, that's the plan. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. I'm gonna hold myself to that. Yes. But yeah, everything seems to be good. The documentation is good. I updated the README for the current build, sort of list of controls, some known issues, general purpose of what the test build is about. One thing that I did include in the README, I know this is a bit of a concern for some folks. It is absolutely my intention to add accessibility options in the future. I do not have those right now, right? So I know there's some stuff that I could definitely stand to include, like colorblind options, audio. What's the word? Like audio disability issues. Right now, I don't even have controller support. It's just mouse and keyboard. So all those things are things that I want to include. Shit, I don't even have custom keybinds yet. The framework for custom keybinds is in there. I just haven't set up a way that a player can set their keybinds. So all things in the future, but you know, if there are accessibility options that are like, hey, I would really want or need this to be able to play the game, please include that in the feedback as well, because those are things that I definitely want to know about. And it's one of those things that is hard to just sort of go like, oh yeah, I am aware of this and I should include it, right? Because a lot of those things I think don't get included in games just because there isn't really anyone on the dev team that has that issue and is like cognizant of it until somebody points it out. So yeah, please let me know if you do decide to jump in and do the feedback sessions. So yeah, we'll do that. Teams might have the art jam, our little team art jam tomorrow, so I'll probably try and get a few things done there, and I might bring up the animation bug with them then and see if anybody has any ideas on like what could be causing it or how to solve it. It's very weird. I really thought the whole bone rotation thing might be what's causing it, but it doesn't manifest until the rig attaches, so I don't know where it's coming from. Unless the rig is expecting one thing to happen and another is happening, like a different orientation or something. I don't know. Anyway, let me jump into the game proper, and we will switch over to the game screen. Let me add our lighting as well. There we go. Alright, and we're gonna go over here. We gotta reorient the screen. There we go. That looks about right. So yeah, the current story that is unfolding is there is a mold outbreak at the new station of Levski. I say new, like new to us. Basically they bought cheapo air filters for the station. They were not well checked, and they have resulted in a massive lethal mold outbreak. Apparently has gotten so bad that samples of the mold have like gotten out to surrounding systems, and so everyone's like, yeah, we gotta fix this. So that's basically what we're doing, right? We're doing a bunch of relief effort missions, running treatment and replacement parts, you know, replacement filters, replacement equipment. Can I get up? Oh, we're off to a wonderful start, aren't we? Oh, yeah, that'll do it. On the bright side, when we get this now, the game doesn't crash. We just have to wait a second for the server to unfuck itself. Technically, we get migrated to a new server, but it's fine. I so I've only played about 5 hours of Deadlock. I played a couple matches with some friends uh back in like the latter half of 24. The game is very different now from what it was back then. So I can't really say that my experience is particularly relevant beyond like the barest of the structure of the game. That said, I quite enjoyed it. It was like a hero shooter with MOBA objectives and progression systems. Um, but it felt more approachable than League or Dota or something to that effect, right? Like the various items that you could get from the shopkeeper, like had a more straightforward sort of, oh, I get this for this purpose, and that helps me build into doing these things. Cool. Yes. Good. You know, it felt a lot less sort of opaque compared to Dota, which is like, yeah, you get this thing and it improves these stats by like a tiny amount. Why is that relevant? I mean, if you listen to Purge's 9-hour build craft videos, it'll explain it, but you really got to sit down with it for a long time, right? The server might still be having an episode. Yeah, while we're waiting on this to resolve itself, anyone... We are my critic. Okay, since I'm not doing anything, apparently people are just like putting bounties on each other in chat. There it goes. Oh boy. Okay, I'm not feeling confident about this one, so we're just gonna back out to the menu. We're gonna try and re-instance. Well, you gotta head Bob to Hall and Olds. That's just like a rule. I wish I had double checked what server I was going into before, so I don't know if we're going right back to the same one or not. Okay, that's more responsive. That's good. Okay, I think we're good now. Server clusters, sometimes they just kind of shit themselves. It happens. But this seems good. Okay, got my helmet on. Now, where was the hangar bay? Actually, let's stop off and... Where's the med bay? Okay, med bay is around the other way. And hangars are over that way as well. Okay, so yeah, there's the hangar. We're gonna swing down this way and just jump in a med bed for a second. So the main thing that I want to do tonight is, I was talking before about how the collection track of this event does not work super well in groups. So what I was able to do on my own was go out in my mining vessel, and I got really lucky. I found an asteroid with a good chunk of one of the materials. So I was able to harvest that up for a little bit. I haven't refined it yet, but basically I want to just go out and collect more of the two sort of mining materials until I have a good amount, and then I will sort of do one big refinery job. And I'll probably like turn a little bit in on my own just to make a good chunk of change. And then just sort of go around and be like a Santa Claus and be like, all right, who needs collection credit? Because I've got like 200 units of the material, and I will join your group and start turning in missions.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
Now the big question
Stand by.
that could leave me very frustrated tonight.
Following location.
Uh-oh. Come on, game.
Your vehicle.
I'm sure that's fine, right?
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
Small hangar, perfect. So I put some new cargo pods on this guy, and need to see if they are still there. Because apparently sometimes swapping out the stock cargo pods on here. Perfect. All right, that is the Argos. The Argos are bigger pods, so we can store more ore in them, which is good. All right, let me pull up Regolith because I need to double check which mining base we are going to. It's very cozy in here. Okay, so we need Microtech mining base, which had the best moderate balance of both. It was mining base, yes, yeah. Yeah, that's Magda, we're not doing that. Okay, so UDK IJX. Let's go ahead and relock our ports. We're gonna go contract, or not contracts, we're gonna go to map. So we're looking for, are you going to, no, you are not going to show the mining bases on the map. But that's okay, because I don't give a fuck. We're just gonna have to find it the old-fashioned way. DUG, U5X, UDK. Why do you say we're out there? Oh, because that's Wickelow's Emporium, not the Lagrange 2.
You are clear to launch.
I blame Guardians of the Galaxy, but something about having like classic rock on a space game just hits right. What's Deadlock? League of Legends for people old enough to have bought the orange box physically. I feel attacked. Alright, here we are. There's the mining base, but we're not looking for that specifically. What we're looking for is we're going to drop into normal speed. We're going to switch to scanning. Will you turn the fucking sensors off? Why do you turn the sensors off by default? Who does that? Okay, and then we're looking for, I believe it's Q's and P's. Let me pull Regolith back up. Yes, P's and Q's. Debris. Alright, so that's salvaging. So we want irregular scan signatures. If it's something like a 2000, that's probably salvage. But like a 4850, 4700 is still a little too regular. What are you? E-type. I'm just sort of going by what's closest. Yeah, so 2000 is going to be debris. We don't want that. That's fairly close. We can narrow our range to help cut out some of the overlapping signals as well. We're not getting any signal values off of these guys. That looks like an asteroid. C-type. Alright. This is like the most 80s music video. M-type. So close. $14.50. Wait, what's a $14.50? Where? I don't know why the signals aren't coming back with actual numbers. They're just positions. Alright, that might be something. Let's go check this one. So one fun thing that they added, I wasn't able to show, or I haven't been able to show it before, I haven't really messed with it because most of my ships don't have it, is the light amplification or night vision. It is very bright. But it does kind of work as intended, that like it's a very legible system in low light situations, right? Which is where you really want it. But in like even moderately lit environments, it is overly bright. So you kind of walk in a balancing act, right? It would be nice if in the future we can sort of have different amplification levels. But I think as a first implementation, it's good. Alright, there's some more rocks. M-types. Why are there so many M-types tonight? Yeah, those decidedly do not have the materials we're looking for. We're just gonna let those go. I'm gonna actually switch over to quantum. So we can scoot around a little bit faster. Q-type. That's what we're looking for. And now I need to actually stop. Okay. There we go, alright. Yeah, I know. I need to slow down. There we go. Alright, what are we playing with here? What do we got? Dang it! Slow down. Here, you know what? Let's cap our speed. Laranite. Okay. So it's about 41% Laranite, which is not particularly great, but it is one of the materials that we need, so let's go ahead and do it. Unfortunately, it says the rating is impossible. So we're gonna see what we can do with that. Because when I tried last night, the rock that I was lasering kept sort of alternating between challenging and impossible. I was eventually able to crack it. Oh, yep, there it goes, back it up. I wonder if it says impossible because I'm just gonna break this thing open. Okay, so 20% our minimum output. It's not breaking it, which is good. Okay, 38, 39. Continue to increase power. Still nothing. 50. Why did it start? Like it started cracking before. Alright. 70. Nothing. 80. 87. 90. Oh, there it goes. Starting to get some progress. Alright, let's pump it up to 95. Alright, now we're making some headway. Impossible, my ass. We are going to need to be careful because it's a little unstable. It kind of jumps, it seems like. I'm gonna leave it at this power. We could up it to 100%, but I feel like it's just gonna skyrocket if we do that, and I don't want to get into the overcharge range abruptly. I would rather let it climb slow. I'm still in quantum mode. I don't want to change the mode while we're mining, but I definitely want to back up afterwards. Okay, we're almost into optimal range. Hold. Ooh, yeah, see how it jumped a little bit there? Okay, breathe. Almost there. Almost there. Okay, hold. Ease it back a little bit. It's still jumping. I'm gonna keep easing the power down a little bit just so that it doesn't spike too hard. But it's going. It's working! There it goes. Oh, fuck. I did take some hits, but I think we're okay. There's just a little debris scattering around. There we go. Alright, now we're where we want to go. So, we gotta check what each of these are composed of and whether they're ready for extraction or if we have to crack them again. Alright, so that's 40, excuse me, 48% laranite. But importantly, there's no inert materials, so everything we would get out of that more or less would be some value. So that's good. That's 100% iron. We're just gonna skip that one. You are 99% laranite. That's hot. That's the shit we want. "75% laranite." Wait, why do you say we're at 0 out of 0 SCU? I really hope we didn't damage something. Okay, and that's iron. Okay, so we've got the laser powered way down again. I don't think this is ready to fracture, right? Oh no, it is. Okay, perfect. So we don't need to crack it, we can just extract it. So yeah, unfortunately we're gonna have a little bit of garbage out of this one, but it's like 6 SCU of laranite, so I still want it. Unfortunately, there's just some amount of garbage you're gonna pull out. You know, just rubble. You just gotta live with it. Okay, so since I can't crack this one, or can I? What happens if I try to crack it? Okay, yeah, it's not gonna crack. It's just sitting here like, you either take me as I am or you don't get anything, which is fine. I think it is enough. Well, how much is it? Okay, so it's about 3.5 SCU. I guess the main question is, how much do I want the iron? How much do I care about that? Fuck it, why not? It's not a big deal. And just pull a little bit of extra. We'll just sell it off on the market. Little chump change on the side, doesn't really matter. Okay, cool. Oop. Yeah, I took a some scratches when the rock cracked. Alright. So now we gotta go find another rock. Let's see if we can't find something fancy. $2,000. Ooh. So we got two good candidates here. Let's see what my diagnostics are saying. Okay, so the cooler took some damage. The jump module took a hit. Power plant, quantum drive. Yeah, everything got kind of banged up when that rock cracked. So, whoops. Remember, chat, don't croc racks without a shield. I think I'm gonna stay out of cruise mode just because the speeds were a little too much last time. Right, what are we looking at here? Single rock. S-type. What's in an S-type? S-types have presence of laranite, or potential for laranite, but no boreas. Alright, we'll see it. We'll see if it continues our laranite haul or not. Slow down, kid. Alright, what we got here? Barrel! Alright, that does not have our desired materials. At least there's a lot out here. It's a very rich area, which is cool. No visual on what this could be. 2000. 97. 47. 47.5. I'm looking for the next closest one, right? So I want to keep hopping. I think that's pointing at an asteroid. Promising. Yeah, there's a bunch clustered right in here. S-types. Q-type. Alright, let's try the Q-type first. We got a couple of S-types you can fall back on if the Q-type fails us. Let's slow it down. Remember, never fly directly at something. Alright, what do you got for me, kid? Terranite. It's the wrong night. Alright, where did those S-types go? There you are. Got a pair of them floating here. Take this one on the right first to see what that does. Though it does look smaller than its cousin. Barrel. See, if we weren't looking specifically for Laranite or Boreas, I would definitely be excited about Beryl. Beryl sells for a decent amount. There's Laranite. 145 SU, 42%, so not the highest amount. But I'll take it. Right, he's in. Alright, 39%. No good. 47. No progress. Up to 63. Nothing yet. 76. Nothing. 90% charge. 99, 100% charge. Shit! Ow. Okay, well, I'm like nose deep in this thing right now. And we're not cracking it, so it might in fact be impossible. Yeah, I don't think we can crack this one. I think I would need to take some of my modules, reducing the power output off, or I would need more mining lasers. Damn it. Alright.
Extraction mode on. Fracturing mode on.
Well, let's see if we can find another one then. Some just require some just require multiple lasers to be trained on them. So that's where you need like the mole. P-type. P-types are good. P-types are our category. Like I said, P's and Q's are good. Slow her down. Cruise mode off. No. What is happening there? And where did my fucking asteroid go? E-type. Oh, wait, it's on my radar. For some reason, I turn cruise mode off and my ship just starts jutting forward. Anyway, not sure what's going on there. Ooh, Laranite, and it's easy. I don't know why this one's so different, but I'll take it. Not gonna look that gift rock in the mouth. Alright, let's go ahead and start upping the power. Oh wait, there's no extraction range on this. We can just break it open. Alright, sure. Don't mind if I do. Unless it... No, this isn't the one from before. We didn't somehow manage to wander back around, because there would be other rocks. Interesting. It just happened to be good. What's that say? M-type. Alright, let's see what else we can find out here. Seems like we're kind of on the outer belt. Earlier when I was doing a group to, you know, sort of get my completion done, the group leader was camping one of the market sites to get one of the commodities to turn in, and, you know, sort of sat around for a while to collect as much of it as he could, and then was like, okay, I've got this and I need to come back. And a bunch of us just like got in our ships and flew out to provide escort, just because we were like, we don't know if someone's gonna try and jump him and kill him. And he's got very valuable stuff, and we don't want to, we just don't want to risk it. Oh, fuck off, debris. Had a bunch of stuff before. Here, let's head this way. I hope we didn't damage something. Oof, yeah, I really banged up the mining head before. Actually, here, let's do this. I think I have. Really? Oh, do I not have a... Shit, I don't have a canister. Or no, it's in there. It's just not showing up for some reason. I'm just a little worried that the mining head is... Yeah, see, it's down to... Was down to 69%. I just want to patch it up a bit. Oh goodness, it does not... These guys do not have a lot of repair material in them, do they? This is going to be most of the canister. Oh, we'll get it up over 90%, that's fine. Alright. Well, that was the entire repair canister. But if it means we get good mining done, then it's worth it. Alrighty, Mage. Appreciate you hanging out. I hope you get some very good rest. I hope you have a very restful weekend. I'll see you next time, alright? Neptune. I don't know where all the rocks went, though. We were finding a ton of them. Now it's gone very quiet. Sensors are working, right? Yeah, 99%, that's fine. Does space rocks glow any colors? Only blue. Howdy T-Shill, happy Thursday. You having a good week? So they don't glow. When I do the scanning pulse, the pulse is in blue. And yeah, it would be nice if there was some sort of actual like indicator of valuable items, but it's a little bit different than how Elite works. There's something down there. So when we get a signal return, oh, that's probably why. Yeah, it's my fault. I wasn't scanning on a broad enough range. Of course it's user error. So yeah, you see when we get a positive hit from our scan, yeah, it gives us like a general distance and field where something is saying there's something here. And if we look really close, we're a little too far out, but probably like sub 8 kilometers, we can start to get a hint of what we're looking at. Looks like a rock. And then once we get close enough, you'll see the sensor or our scan data is actually able to return something more concrete. S-type asteroid, which is acceptable. It does potentially have laranite, so let's dig in closer and see what we got to work with. How are you doing, T-Shill? How's your week going? You ready for the weekend? Still snow everywhere? Damn. Okay, so this one has copper instead of iron, but I'll take that. I'm doing alright. I'm definitely ready for the weekend. I don't know, I'm kind of tired. More than anything, there's just a bunch of like stuff that I want to do. I need the weekend to have time to do it. You know, unfortunately, we were not able to like really get much done in terms of the game stuff. I tried poking it a little bit before stream, but just wasn't really able to like figure it out. I wasn't able to crack the case, and I didn't want to have an entire stream where I just sat here and Googled for hints of an answer, and you guys just kind of watch me do that. So I figured we'd defer it to next week and pick it up again later. I feel like I'm getting closer to identifying the problem, but it's peeling back a lot of layers until I figure out like, oh, this is what's causing it, right? And then once I understand the cause, then we can start to actually search for solutions to the problem. Can't tell if that's a rock or not. Okay, yeah, it's a rock. C-type. I don't need no freaking C-types. What's our signature over here? Okay, that's rocks. Yeah, I might try and just set some time aside to work on the model this weekend. I don't know. What are we working with? E-types? C-types? I'm ready to be underwhelmed. Oh, we've got a ship showing up here. Goodness, I hope they're friendly. M-types. Damn it. Let's see, it is an F8 Lightning at 13 kilometers in holding position. Well, hopefully they stay over there. As long as they stay over there and we stay over here, then we've got no trouble. Alright, I'm gonna check this closer one. We'll swing around. I don't suppose you're gonna tell me what the signature on... Okay, so that's rubble. Or that's debris. No signal off of this one. Looks like rocks, though. E-types. Fuck your E-types. I don't care about E-types. I need P's and Q's. The different types indicate what materials they could contain. So Q's and P's have a potential to contain both borace and or laranite, which are the two materials that we're looking for this event. S types have the chance to contain laranite but not borace, so they're fine, but they're not ideal, shall we say. Q's and P's are the best one for what we need. And then within a given category of asteroid, we still need to scan it and find out if they have what we're looking for. Now we only have room for... Ooh, okay. So this guy is 57% laranite and 34% corundum. So hopefully we get more of the stuff that we want as we go in and extract this. But it is going to cap us out. Or maybe not. Maybe it was almost nothing. Maybe it was just a very loose asteroid. Right, so you got two S types here. So what have you got for me, big guy? You are... Barrel. Don't care about barrel. And you? Also barrel. So we're gonna keep going. Hopefully we can find one or two more rocks just to cap up our containers. Got something close over here. 4,900. I kind of feel like that's gonna be debris. But we can check it. So yeah, when it's working correctly, it's not always working correctly, you get this. And different categories of signatures are going to have different things, right? So those signature values Could be asteroids, it could be debris, it could be an entire ship, right? It could be a full functioning ship. So you kind of learn, like, okay, you know, if it's a rounded number, like 2,000, 4,000, that's probably debris. If it's an irregular number like this, then it's probably an asteroid. There it is. So that sort of helps to narrow it down. But you notice, like at this distance, there we go, Q-type. Like at a certain distance, the signature reading seems to break. I don't know if that's intentional or if it's just not working the way that it's supposed to. Alright, slow. And bring it in. Looks like a snowball. Dirty snowball. Low density of laranite, but we can potentially crack it open and see if it'll work better. Right? We're gonna have to get in real close for this one and see if it'll play nice. Right, let's start increasing the laser power. Right, go ahead and crank it all the way up to 100. Yeah, I don't think this one's gonna crack. If it were possible with our loadout, we would see the bar start to progress in the bottom right. The fact that it isn't moving at all means it's just not gonna. So that sucks. Right, so you got 47, 20, and 48, 20 there. So both of these are candidates. We've almost got a full cargo hold. If we can just... Oh, what do we got? Q-type. Scan range. What are we working with on this one? Ooh, that's fun. I'm not doing that. So Quantanium, yeah, you guys can see it over my shoulder. Quantanium is the fuel that is used for quantum travel. It is some sort of exotic material that the quantum drives use to, you know, kind of break reality open and allow us to travel at a significant fraction of the speed of light. Quantanium, in its raw form, is highly volatile and will violently decay if not gotten to a refinery and stabilized in a short period of time. What this translates to in gameplay mechanics is once you take Quantanium into your cargo hold, it starts a timer. Yes, exactly like that. If you do not get the Quantanium to a refinery before the timer hits 0, it explodes. And will take you with it. So Quantanium is very valuable. It is like the most valuable commodity that you can mine. So in normal circumstances, that would be really exciting to find. But in our current circumstances, since we are looking for a specific material or pair of materials, and we have a mostly full hull already, I'm just going to let that one go. Trying to sort of keep both of these. All right, M-type, I don't care. S-type. Less than ideal, but it's a candidate.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
Oh, too fast. What kind of materials? So it's only for the fuel. And right now, the only thing that we can do with the mining materials is sell them. But they are working on getting crafting into the game. And at that point, we would actually start wanting to collect materials for specific purposes, making specific things. The way that it seems to be progressing through development, there's a non-zero chance that we will get the first iterations of crafting put into the game within the next, like, 5 to 6 months. It might be their summer target. So to put it in other game terms, I guess, like, you know, in Minecraft, you go around, you gather wood from trees, you gather stone, you gather ore and diamonds. But right now, the only thing you can do with those materials that you collect is sell them. There is no crafting bench yet. But they are working on it. And in fact, one of the rewards from this event is a custom skinned crafting fabricator. So, you know, it's like you'll get the reward. You'll be credited for the reward, but you won't get it yet because we're not ready to put the crafting fabricators into the game. It's like, okay, sure. But once we roll them out, you will get it. Unless they put in the game just like a cosmetic item that you can put in your hangar, and then later it will activate as an actual, like, usable item. That would be kind of silly. Alright, come on, Q-type. Give me that good shit. Give me what I want. Laranite. Okay, but this one also says it's impossible, so we're gonna see what we can do. Come on, baby, you can do it. Montanium air freshener. I'm sure there's somebody that would say it's a great idea. Somebody would try and market it. Wait a minute, we're not cracking this one either. Unfortunate. I might need to mess with my mining configuration after this haul. But I don't think we're gonna have a third one per se, because I don't think it's possible to, like, remove the material from these bags until, well, we can find out. Once we get the job queued up, it might be possible. S-type, fine. type. Alright, what do we got here? Scanning. Scanning for badness. Barrel. God fucking barrel. Alright, what's the next closest rock? Nothing really close. At least there's plenty of them, right? We are not for want of choices. It's more just start trying to figure out what's going to give us the best chances. I'm not seeing a rock attached to this one. Signature's good though. I'm sure you could make an air freshener that smells like Quantanium, though at that point Emery would go, how would you know what Quantanium smells like? It's like, don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. M-type. Fucking. So close. Let's skirt over to these. Got a good cluster in here we might be able to pull something out of. I just need one more rock to top us up. We're at 41 out of 48 SCU. It implies quantum or randomness. Perhaps the smell would always be changing. True. It might also be incredibly subjective. Like one person it smells like marshmallows, another one it smells like mushrooms. That signature disappeared, which makes me think it's debris. Yep. Ooh, double Q-types. Hopefully one of them will work with us. Though that round one, I have my suspicions. We'll scan it first, just because I feel like it's gonna let us down, and I wanna get that out of the way. What you got for me, kid? Laranite, Terranite, impossible. Alright. And your little sibling here? Gold. Fuck. I've never been so disappointed to see gold. Yeah, unfortunately this is not working for us. I wish I could put more power into the mining head, but it's all or nothing with this ship at least. Maybe in the future we'll have more control over that. I think, what's beeping at me? sea types. Got this one about 7 kilometers out, and it keeps disappearing though. Oh, wait, it's right there. That is an asteroid. E-type. Motherfucker. Alright, come on. Q-type. How did it jump over there? That was weird. But it's okay. We can check it. Maybe this one has Quantanium. Maybe it's jumping around too. Too fast, too fast. Bexelite. It says it's impossible, so I'm not particularly concerned, but is that one of the materials? I don't think so. Laranite, borace, Dakari pods, pressurized ice. Oh, there is one for Bexelite. I mean, if we can cut it, then fine. How did you manage to cut costs and fuel and increase the mineral acquisition? We use the thrusters. They're just like, you did what? On anything? I don't think it's working. No, this one's not cutting. Damn it. We just pointed a bunch of thrusters at the asteroid and cooked it. Do my lasers have recoil or pushback? No, thankfully. I don't know what the actual, like, amount of thrust power even a high-powered laser would have in space. I know it wouldn't be 0. Like, there is actual, you know, everything has an equal and opposite reaction, but I think it would be pretty minimal. A little fast. Now, the one thing that you do need to be careful about is if you crack a rock, you know, the parts sort of fly apart. Quantanium again. Kind of crazy that we found 2 Quantanium rocks tonight. I feel like just finding one would be a massive success under normal circumstances. But as far as like weapon recoil, like a shooter, no, they don't do anything like that. Even none of the ship weapons really have substantial recoil. I was trying to think because there's the Ares, which is sort of like we took a bigger ship's gun and we built a fighter around it, kind of like they did with the A-10 Warthog. So there's two types. There's the one that has an energy weapon, and energy weapons generally in the game just don't have recoil at all. And then the Inferno has a ballistic Gatling, but you know, because the caliber of each shot is not as big, it still doesn't really like generate any substantial recoil from firing that. Now, I'm sure there's gonna be some World of Tanks players that are like, it should still have some kind of recoil, but it doesn't. Or at least, actually I'm trying to think if I've used it. I think I've always gone for the energy type. Because it turns out having, you know, a limited ammo pool kinda sucks. It has a bunch of drawbacks. Who'd have thought? It's always wild to me that the planes in World War II would have, you know, they didn't have that much room to contain ammunition for their guns. So a lot of them would have maybe a couple seconds of continuous fire before they were depleted. It's like, okay, so you fly out there for like 2 or 3 hours, and then you can get in a fight for maybe a few seconds, and then you gotta turn around and go home. Hey, Standing, no worries. I appreciate you being here. I hope the day's been going well. Hope it was a good busy. You ran out of ammo? That's true. You can be the bullet that you want to see in the world. Alright, this one is a medium difficulty, so we should be able to crack it. How are you doing, Standing? How's your day going? They actually, good day. Well, I'm glad it's a good day, though. I'm glad it's not a crazy day. They actually did make a bunch of changes, because before, you could like ram a small ship into a big ship and do an inordinate amount of damage, like destroy the big ship with it. Now they've rebalanced it, so I think it will damage the bigger ship, but it won't kill it, right? Because that was dumb. No one liked seeing, you know, just a little one-man fighter crashing into a big ship and just ripping it apart. That made no sense. I have been taken out though a couple of times by an NPC that just decided to fly into me and killed us both. Dick. This one gets it. Alright. So as long as we can get one rock out of this with a good deposit of Laranite, we should be able to take it and go home. Well, I say go home. We're going to go out to one of the refinery stations. There it goes. Oh shit, that's climbing fast. Alright, hold steady. We're holding good. 64. 64. Blessed number. Keep up the good work. Almost there. Alright, let's pump it up a little bit. 65. Back it up. Shit! Ow. That's what I get for being so close. Should be able to switch to extraction now. How big or small can space rocks be? Okay, so that's 100% tungsten. Well, I mean, are we talking in game, in real life? Because some of the asteroids that we've come across, ooh, perfect, 100% laranite. You know, didn't even need to be cracked. They were just ready for extraction. You know, some can be so small that they don't even pick up as a thing, and some are so large that you can build space stations inside of them. Dude, scan it, please. Thank you. 57% is not much. Let's see if we can get any better amounts of laranite out of these other pieces. We'll go with that one if we have to, I just don't want to. Tungsten. Tungsten. Well, so you've got two rocks here that I think ate up most of the tungsten deposit. So hopefully this last one is a good quantity of laranite. Beautiful. I love it. Thank you. I could kiss you. Alright, so we've got 0.93. So let's just take this. It's fine. There it goes. Well, let's... Why are you maxing out like that? Here, well, we've got a bunch of... Yeah, coupling's on. Why are you... Huh, weird. It was just like defaulting to the max speed. Okay, well, so here's kind of a good indication, because you can see how the scanning pulse goes out at a distance, right? So you see that rock that we're flying directly at? See how long it takes for the pulse to reach it. It's a big rock. And a lot of these like larger ones are not actually available for mining. They're just to sort of populate the space with something interesting. You can see as we're getting closer, like they built a space station into this thing. Alright. What I want to do is figure out where the fuck we are. Oh, I think I know why. Let's just adjust our thing so we don't crash into it. And then... Are we still routing to... No, we're not. We're gonna head to Mike L5. Where's that at? Oh, it's that way. Okay, quantum's on. There you are. So now what we gotta do is we gotta take all of this raw material that we've collected and take it to the refinery. So, apparently, supposedly, allegedly, the actual refinement process that is in the game right now is just kind of a placeholder. It's just something to, like, close the game loop, but is not actually what they want refining to be as a gameplay system. So it's actually going to be more like hands-on. It's going to be more something that the player like does, and not just you give it over to a system and it turns it from raw material to refined material. Because that's partially going to influence the quality of the crafting material that you will use to make stuff, right? So you might find a deposit of particularly good copper ore, but then you also need to run it through a good refinement process to get the highest grade that you can possibly get, right? If you get the good grade and then you just kind of like run it through a slurry, then you're kind of wasting the high quality copper. From Discussing Film's Twitter account, a Baldur's Gate TV series is in the works at HBO. Craig Mazin of The Last of Us fame will serve as showrunner. The show will be a continuation of the game set after the events of Baldur's Gate 3. Larian has no involvement in the show. Okay. Sure. I have no idea if that's going to be even remotely good. Wait, okay, so HBO. Craig Mazin, good. Alrighty, Tisha, appreciate you hanging out. Good to have you with us. I hope you have a very good start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. Yeah, hopefully we'll get the dev stuff sorted out. I feel like I'm close. I'm just having trouble like figuring out what exactly is actually causing the problem. Like I'm getting down to seeing a very clear, oh, this is where the problem is. But I don't yet understand what's causing it, right? So hopefully a little bit more time. I just couldn't figure it out for tonight. Thank you, honey. And here we are. One more second. Actually, what does Regulus say Mike L5's deposit of material looks like? There's the station. Engage. Lamp. I love lamp. I'm very annoyed that almost none of my ships have lamp set on them yet. The Prospector has it, the Aurora has it. But the ships that I mainly fly don't have it available. It's very annoying. Alright, where's my landing pad? It's over here. I'm gonna have to run some repairs. I got battered by the rocks. It's very embarrassing. Alright. So first off, okay, repairs aren't too bad. We'll go ahead and refuel. And now, we're gonna do a little bit of a test, shall we? So what I would like to do is we're gonna take the ore pods off. We're gonna put them in the station's inventory. And what I wanna see is once we start the refinement job, do the pods become available to use again, or are they occupied until the job is complete? So, in a more completed version of this loop, right, you'll have your miners that have their ore pods. They fill up the ore pods, and rather than doing what we're doing, where you go all the way out to a refinery center, you might just have a refinery ship on hand, or you might have a cargo ship with replacement ore pods. So you just take the full ore pods off of them, store them in the cargo bay, and swap them out with empty pods, and the miners can keep going while the cargo hauler or the refiner handles the collected material. So let's start putting this away. And hit up the refinery. One thing I kind of wish is I would like to get more material sort of queued up into the same job, but without having cargo bags to swap out. Not a lot that we can do there, and I really don't want to buy a bunch more cargo bags than I'm going to make use of on a regular basis, so it's fine.
I need someone for maintenance to get the ventilation control. Ping me when you get there.
Alright, here we go. Okay, so we need storage here. We're gonna set up a work order. Let's go ahead and just put everything in. So we've got 1 SCU of corundum, 7 SCU of iron, 27 SCU of borace, 33 SCU of laranite, almost 3 SCU of copper, and 4 SCU of aluminum. And we're going to select the, I believe it's the pyrometric. Yes, very low speed, low cost, high yield. That's going to take us about 2 hours, really? Okay, hang on. So the borace is going to yield about 13 SCU. The laranite, a little under 15. That's okay. So that'll take 4 hours. I feel like these numbers are not correct. Okay, so yeah, that'll take 4 hours and cost about half as much. The pyrometrics It's the same yield. It'll cost about 20,000. And then I think those are the best yields. And then Dynex will take 12 hours and cost only 3,000. Okay. I feel like, see, I feel like this is supposed to be very slow, cost very little, and give us a lot, and it's not doing that. I don't get where the disconnect is there, but whatever. I guess the question is, do we want to? No, because we're not gonna see the end result tonight anyway, and it doesn't really matter. So let's do the Dynex option. Because they all have the same yield, and this one will save us the most money. We're gonna go ahead and sync this one up. So yeah, I'll come back at a later date and get these. And we'll have a good chunk of material that we can turn in for the event. What I'm honestly probably going to do is, even before that, I don't know if we're gonna do it tonight. Probably not tonight. Go out and do a couple more jobs or a couple more rounds, just so that I can like have a good deposit of it ready to go. Because basically, once I have all of that ready, I'm gonna have to run it over to Hurston. Trying to remember which way it was. There we go. So yeah, we could do more mining, or we could do a little bit of combat. Honestly, what kind of combat missions do we have? I don't think they added a lot of like new mission types. Yeah, so we got hauling. I think the mercenary missions are largely the same stuff as before. Armorays. Pull invasive creatures, sweep and clear locations. Protect the site. Any good bounties up? High risk target. Nothing too great out there. Why don't we just keep cracking some more rocks, assuming our cargo pods are available again. Hang on, I need a drink. Mining's thirsty work, don't you know? Let's just use the med bed, it's right here.
Sorry, but outside my area of expertise.
See, I imagine at some point they're gonna introduce a cost to using the medical services, so it's less appealing than actually buying food and drink, but who knows? Maybe that'll just be one of the perks of staying close to a reliable station. A world with free healthcare, and that's how you know it's a fantasy. All right. When I kiss your lips, there's no underneath when you fall in your fingertips. trying hard not to show it. But baby, baby, I know it. Oh, that love and feeling. Okay, well my arthropods are here, so I'm guessing they've been emptied out. I think they're ready to use. So yeah, we can go hunt some more rocks down. I don't know, would you guys rather sort of keep with the mining, or would you rather hunt some scumbags? I'm down for either, honestly. I was thinking of maybe, it doesn't look like anyone wants to try Deadlock tonight, but could also jump over to that and give it a go. Oh, I dropped it. I tweaked it. There it goes. You've lost that love and feeling, now it's gone, gone, gone. Sit. Stay. Come on. No, don't hide in the corner. We've got work to do. We had a love you don't find every day. There we go. Baby. Let me check with one of my other friends. You got that love and feeling, now it's gone, gone, gone. What, are you ran the repairs, right? Yes. There it goes. Oh, my engines are off. I'm like, why isn't the ship moving? I'll do it. Alright, so now we're just gonna head back. Someone left their mold treatment out here. That's important commodities. You shouldn't just leave that sitting around, guys. Got a vulture out there. And a... what's that? It's a raft? I think it's a raft. Right. Where? There you are. Is that Microtech? Perfect. Actually, yeah, let's just start heading that way. And then we can lock in on our mining base en route. But which one did I want again? It was... I think it was UDK. Yeah, mining base UDK. Had the best balance of Boreas and Laranite, even though we didn't find any Boreas. It's fine. So we'll go over here. And then we're looking for mining base UDK IJX. Route it. Apparently it'll let us lock in from here, so let's go ahead and drop out. Here we are in the middle of fucking nowhere. Bad place to have trouble. Come on. Make the jump. Please. Oh, I'm on the wrong window. There we go. It's very confusing because the joystick will move the ship even when I'm not focused on Star Citizen's window. So none of my keyboard inputs are doing anything. I'm like, why doesn't it work? Alright, 1 second. I'm grabbing a little piece of chocolate. If I can remember where I put it. I have so many sweets after the holiday. I don't know where I put it. I threw it back in the box and now it's gone. Oh. I don't know. If my team has the art jam tomorrow, I'll probably try and poke their brains a little bit, see if any of them have any ideas about, oh, excuse me, why it's not working. But honestly, I have enough that I want to do over the weekend that I don't know if I'm going to have a lot of time to troubleshoot the animation bug, but I'll try and I will try to, have some headway on that by next week. 2, I want to put together, like I was saying, a list of the things that I need to do to move the game into production. Right? The animation one has been a big hurdle just because, you know, it's really important to a lot of elements of the game for visual and aesthetic reasons. But it's definitely not the only thing that we need to do. And, you know, barring the ability to make a lot of headway with it, it would be a good idea to sort of figure out, like, okay, these are other things that we can work on sort of at the same time, or so that, you know, we aren't completely bottlenecked by this one bug. A couple of things while we're S-type. S-type does work. M-type, fuck you. Alright, let's check the S-type. See if we can get an early win. Gold. I've never been so disappointed to find gold. Oh, there's one right here. We got a ship nearby. Are they gonna be trouble? It's a Gladius, it looks like. It's not moving. As long as they stay over there, we won't have nothing to worry about. Debris. Yeah, it seems like they're just kind of there. Six kilometers out, not moving. It might just be a leftover of some player, some mission. As long as they don't start heading my direction, nothing to worry about. Q-type asteroid. This one isn't a snowball. Terranite. Oh, did I scan this one before? Like, that showed up instantly. I wonder if this is actually, like, the same rocks that we were running through previously. And it doesn't bode super well. I don't know what the, like, refresh rate on these is. You type. I don't know how quickly the game repopulates. Shit! Okay. 18 kilometers. Registered as a hostile. And they're small fighters. I'm pretty sure they're NPCs spawned in for somebody's mission. So I don't think we're in any danger, but we'll see if they come back around, and if they do, we gotta get ready to bug out. Because I've got tiny lasers on here, but they are not gonna help me out in an actual fight. They're kind of just there as, like, decoration. It's like, why did you even bother? Alright, 65, nothing. 76, nothing. 89, nothing. 99%. No movement. Shit. No. Yeah, I don't think this one's gonna crack. That sucks. Another deposit of Boris would be really nice to have. For some reason oh, that's the inert material. Our engine. Okay, remind me what the... Okay, so I'm on the focus module. Oh. Interesting. So there's the button over there for dumping volatile cargo. Oh, it's a Hermes. Could be an Apollo, but I don't think it is. Okay, let me check. So it's like my cargo pods are already full to some degree, which was weird, but it's because it didn't take the inert materials out of them. So I need to figure out how to do that. Vehicles, mining. Jettison cargo, left Alt J. Why are you not doing that? Let's see. Like, I don't... If there isn't a button on here, then it has to bind to a hotkey, but it doesn't seem like it's doing that. Oh! I see. So the Rime module is not on all the time. It has a limited period of operation. That's interesting. I didn't realize that. Okay, you can turn the ship back on. I didn't mean to shut the whole damn thing down. Let's go ahead and divert some power from engines to shields. Open exterior. Oh, the Rime attachment's right there. Engine. Yeah, see, there's no button for... Vehicles, mining. Okay, so mining modules are also bound that way. Let's just do this. Why aren't you jettisoning cargo? That's annoying. I don't think there's anything to do in the ship for that. But I can check. What is that? Processor. I just want to see if there's some button on the outside of the ship for expelling junk. Prospect is kind of old, so I kind of doubt it, but maybe. No, I don't see anything. I'm not sure what this is exactly. I wonder if it's what this is. This is the weirdest part of the ship. I have no idea what this is for. Because there, if I can get at it, and I don't know if it's even gonna like work in 0G. I think it does. I can just find the attachment. It's not gonna be a big thing one way or the other. Okay, let me try one more thing. Because I swear there's gonna be something that we can do. There's gonna be some way that we can eject our inert material and free up the bags. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so what I was trying to show is there's this that appears at the bottom. I have never figured out what that is for. But I'm wondering if there is an option to jettison our cargo back here that isn't in the pilot seat. Yeah, see, I can close it. I can close the door. There's like nothing here. What is this for? It kind of seems like they wanted to have this as a thing that you could get in and like mess with the guts of the ship. But there's no like actual attachments or functionality back here. It's just kind of a thing. Yeah, see, the only thing you can do is close the door once you've opened it. I have no idea what it's for. Alright, I'm gonna look it up. Okay. Well, so what I might have needed to do was back at the station, just expel the empty material, or expel the inert material. I don't... From what I'm reading in a Reddit thread, the only thing that you can expel right now is Quantinium. Because you need to be able to do it before it explodes. Everything else will just kind of sit there. Alright. So all that said, we're not going to be able to crack this rock. Well, actually, I say that, but let's try activating the Rime module and see if it's possible. No, it didn't drop the resistance enough. That's unfortunate. Alright. Worth a try. E-type. Try and get between these two, see if we can't pick up their types before we commit to either one of them. Come on, 5 kilometers. Give me the deets. S-type. And this one is... yeah, seems to be able to pick up their types around 4 kilometers, 3.5 kilometers. See if the S-type has any Laranite for us. Fucking barrel. I've just got post-it notes lying around everywhere now, and I'm like, are any of these relevant? E-type. Perfect. Let's see what we got. This one's a fat kid. I don't know if we're gonna be able to crack it. Terranite. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if we can crack it or not. I don't want it. Let's see. Ooh, double P-type. See if this guy's got anything. Please be crackable, Boris. Bexelite. We can use Bexelite, so we can try. I don't think it's gonna work though. Yeah, it's not cracking. Alright, how about you? What you got for us? Laranite. And it's easy. Oh, it's so easy we don't even need to crack it. It's a lot of copper, which I'm not a big fan of, but it's fine. We'll live with it. It's a lot of junk, frankly. But it's okay. This is kind of relaxing. I do think at this point I like mining more than I like salvaging. So I feel like mining, they kind of have a similar discovery rate, right? Similar process of tracing the signals, going around, finding the thing that you really want. But at least in the current iteration, I feel like mining, you know, the reward is more immediate, whereas with salvage, once you actually find the thing that you want, then you need to start scraping it. That I just find is kind of tedious. Not a huge fan of that part. There's another rock that was really close to here. Oh, there it is. Q-type. I think it'll be a little bit more interesting once we start like more frequently scavenging or salvaging actual ships. Most of what you find these days is just like scrap metal, and then it's just kind of like power wash simulator. Whereas if it's an actual ship, you can go in and see if there are components left behind. There's more to actually do with it. So hopefully with more iteration, they'll start to feel better, feel more impactful. Okay, she's still not going. Let's see if we can use the rhyme module to make any headway. Doesn't look like it. No. Alright. That's unfortunate. Let's see. Looks like next candidate's about 10 kilometers out. Not much so far. Only found like 3 SCU of Laranite. We're fishing for rocks out here. Imagine if I could crack that guy open and start carving chunks off of it. That would be nice. I'm actually pretty close to the base. See if any of these is going to do a bit of a flyby. I said I was going to do a flyby, but this is still faster than I meant to go. Too fast. Where'd you go? There you are. Come on, give me something I can blow up here. Ooh, perfect. Alright, so we do need to crack it, but it's optimal to be right about here. Alright, let's drop the power down. We're going to start around 40%. Oh, that's already going up. Holy crap, alright. Yeah, we can pump it up to like 45%. That's climbing quick. Alright, bring it down, 40. More. 6, alright, alright. Alright, it's holding pretty steady at 36. Okay, it's still spiking. And alright, we're in the window. Let's drop it to 34. Perfect. Hold. 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 Start to back up. Alright. Let's see what these guys hold. Should be able to switch over to extractor. %86% laranite. That's pretty. That's a good amount. What about you? Copper and garbage. So that one's dead. That one's out. We don't care about that one. Only a quarter laranite, so that's no good. How about you? All copper. It'd be nice if we could get an all laranite one to balance it out, but kind of just depends on how things shuffled out, right? Yeah, see, it's the same sort of deal. So it looks like only one of these is going to be worth pulling. Oh, never mind. There's our pure laranite. Beautiful. And then this one is the mostly laranite, so we'll take you as well. It's only 2 SCU though. Alright. Still, really turned our general sort of fortune around. Because we were struggling to find much of anything, and now laranite is the largest chunk of our haul. So I'll take that. Bunch of stuff over here. Maybe one of these guys will give us something good. Oh, we got a pair down here I want to check out. Sometimes it's nice to just sort of drift through the black, you know? I do wonder what it's gonna be like for people when we're actually, like, just out in space. Like, that's just where you live. You know, the whole thing with Levski of, oh, you know, we bought this bulk order of air filters to cycle out our system, and they were crap. But that's just kind of part of the living, you know? Shit, shit, shit. Too fast. See, it has laranite, but it's such garbage. Like, it's 40%? I don't want that. I don't want no 40%. I want 50. At least 50. See, I thought I was controlling the the approach rate that I could fly right at it. And that was a mistake. I should know better. I should know better. You don't even need to get that close to scan it. I don't know why I was. Oh, mama, that's a lot of Quantanium. Right. Let's head on to, what's the nearby rock? A lot of returns, but none of them are super clustered together. That one showing up here. That might just be debris. C-type. Ooh, Q-type. Haven't been finding many Qs. Alright, what's this guy got? Laranite, 40%. Well, at least we can crack it. It's only 17 SCU though. It's small. But we might be able to make this work. At least get a decent something out of it. There it goes. Oh, it's climbing a little fast. It's climbing a little fast. Alright, bring it down, bring it down. We have a really small optimal window there, so we're gonna need to be careful about not letting it spike into the danger zone. I'm gonna pump it up like 2% just to let it climb a little faster, and then we're gonna need to drop it to about 50. One more notch. Okay, bring it down. I want to find about where it hovers. Alright. The next spike should pump it up. Alright, let's drop it to 52. 53. Alright, that seems to be about the sweet spot. Alright, drop it to 52. We just gotta watch those spikes. Oh, yep, see, it's going over. It's going over. Bring it down, bring it down. Fuck me, why does it keep... It keeps hitting me. Is the mining head okay? I realize I'm close to it, but I kind of need to be. Yeah, it's fine. Ooh, 100% Laranite. Don't mind if I do. probably a good chunk of the Laranite. 15%. $25. Okay, so that's quartz. Pure quartz. Quartz and garbage. Two pure Laranite chunks. I'll take that. Okay. So we're about half full now. So with any luck, a couple more rocks and we should be good to go. C-type. C-type. What about this guy over here? I was watching a video yesterday talking about Eris, the dwarf planet. That apparently they decided to name it that because it was the planet that was the discovery that ended up dethroning Pluto as a planet. I didn't realize it held that distinction, but like they discovered what they would eventually name Eris and was like, okay, so with the given like categories of planets that we have, or the given discoveries that we have, we either need to recategorize planets or we're just gonna have an insane number of them added to the catalog, right? Because we've got Pluto right now, but in the last couple of years we just discovered like a bunch of new ones that are all like Pluto sized. So do we increase, you know, the neighborhood of the solar system to something like over a dozen planets? Or do we make a new classification? And they ended up going with the latter, though that's still been like surprisingly contentious, and someone made an excellent point, or the video made an excellent point, that rogue planets, sort of by the new classification, are not planets. Because, like, yes, their gravity is such that they have rounded out their form, but they don't orbit a star, and they haven't cleared out their neighborhood by virtue of not having a neighborhood. So what do we do with those? Like, it works fine in the context of the solar system, but the classification of planet is extremely narrow. And doesn't... I guess there's also kind of the question of, if you have a planet orbiting a binary star system, what do you do with that? I'm sorry, what? 33% Boreas. This is a 73.5 SCU asteroid that doesn't need to be cracked, and it's just Okay. Sure. I mean, shit, we don't have the capacity to take this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Or no. Am I looking at this wrong? Yes, I am looking at it wrong. Okay, there was a crack. I was just on extractor mode, so it wasn't showing me the crack range. I'm trying to stay back a little bit because I keep getting bonked by the rock explosions, and I don't enjoy that part. There it goes. Well, that's good. That means we can leave a lot of this garbage behind. The stuff we don't actually care about that much. 'Cause I'm not gonna say no to more aluminum. I can always just sell it off for money, but I really don't care about it, you know? I do think that was a change that they made recently, like a patch or two back, that the refinement returns are worse, right? Like, for every 2 SCU of raw material, you get maybe 1 SCU of refined material. But then the value per SCU went up. So you actually return a little bit better profit out of your haul. And I think they just did it so that it would be easier to transport around. Alright, we're almost into the green zone. There she goes. Alright, let's ease it back. Slow it down. You're still climbing. There we go. We didn't get bonked on the nose this time. We just gotta pull back right before it's ready to crack. Okay, see, that's like mostly Boreas. I'll take that. Do we have any full rocks? That one's kind of garbage. Just under half, and the other half is complete inert. So that's no good. That one's not very good either. All aluminum. Oops, all aluminum. And that's all inert material. So this is our best return. Wait, do I need to crack this one? I do. Goodness gracious. Alright. Oh shit, that's climbing really quick. Shit, even at 20% it's gonna keep climbing. That's potentially really dangerous. I wonder if I'll be able to feather this. Well, at 20%, it climbs really slowly. So if we can, like, hold it, it might work. It might be okay. Okay, just, yep, okay, keep climbing, keep climbing, keep climbing. Good, you're doing great. You're doing great. Really proud of you. Alright, I think we're gonna outpace it. Alright, back up. Ah, shit. I got bonked. Alright, so that's 46.
Extraction mode on.
What about you? There we go. Pure Boris. Is that how you say it? Boris? Borase. Borass. Eh. Alright. 77%, I'll take that. Alright, so given that we're gonna need to crack some of these other guys, let's see, you are all aluminum, so I don't really care about that. That's 36%. That's 29. And that's 46%, but since we need to crack it, it might be okay. See, this one's climbing really quickly, so I don't know if we're going to be able to hold this one the way we need to. Okay, I think that'll work. I'm going to back up just a hair. So the energy diffusal over distance actually works out in our favor in this case. We don't want to be at the optimal range because we'll just burn it. But this far back, we actually have a range that we can moderate the input of the laser and not just blow up the rock. I gotta say, this is actually a pretty cool mining system. The more I've messed around with it and sort of gotten used to what it actually wants to do, the more I dig it. Right, we're in range, gonna drop it down. Oh, it's fallen, it's fallen. Alright, and hold. Back it up. Oh, did I... Okay, there we go, there we go.
Extraction mode on.
38%. No. Maybe if it were aluminum, I would take that. Beautiful. And you? Excuse me. Complete, absolute garbage. Alright. Do I have to crack that? I do. So there's potential there. So yeah, let's crack these last two rocks. And maybe that'll get us into a good spot. Or we'll have a few more that we can pull out. There you go. And back it up. It's a weird song. 65. Not a big fan of that one. That one's even worse. All aluminum. Not a very good breakdown in this rock, unfortunately. Yeah. Gotten kind of unlucky with this break. Alright, I'll take that. 88%, fine. Okay. So that leaves one more sub-rock to crack. It was this one. Yeah. Considering how much inert material we started with, this has gone really well. Alright, so we're just gonna let it climb slowly at 20%, then we're gonna need to pull back a little bit to moderate the input while we're in the green zone. There it goes. Hold. Almost there. Almost got it. Alright, and pull back. I think I'm good. We're good. We're good there. Okay, so that's all aluminum. All inert. That is 36% borace. All aluminum. Come on, baby. It's all you. You got this, you got this, you got this. 72? Fine. Okay. Yeah, like there's more than enough material to fill up our cargo hold here. I just don't really like. It's not the stuff we want to get, right? I guess that one's okay. Sure, why not? Okay, so let's see if we can find one more rock, just to top off our hold, and we'll take that away. We'll take it to the bank, or the refinery, as the case may be. M-type, that's no good. E-type, that's even worse. The only reason I gotta shout out Regolith, which is the site that I'm using to refer to for all of the asteroid types and where to find stuff. Like, every MMO, every online game lives and dies by its community and its tools. Like, you got no shot if you don't have a community that is willing to build the information database to share with each other. I don't think I have ever seen a game, like an online game, an MMO, that was able to accomplish it entirely by developer effort. They all need the community to back them up. I'm just gonna pour out the last of my tea 1 second. You know, the video that I linked from Josh about, you know, MMOs, you know, it was started by Ashes of Creation shutting down, but was really not what the video was talking about. It was more talking about, like, why do we get these events happening repeatedly, right? Where a new MMO gets promised, and it's going to be the hottest, sexiest thing ever, and it's going to have all these cool features, and everyone's like, this is going to be so great, this is going to be the best MMO ever. It has, you know, all of these cool things that the other ones don't have. And then eventually they fold, because a lot of MMOs just don't survive. And Josh described that, in his opinion, many MMOs are effectively chat rooms with a game attached to them, is how he put it. That the social interaction and the community, and even if you are not a super social person, acting in a space that you know other people are interacting in, is a unique feeling. Not as unique perhaps as it used to be, right? A lot more games are online now than used to be. But, you know, part of the reason that nobody has ever been able to dethrone WoW, to kill WoW, despite how many, you know, were so eager to make the claim, is because WoW's community is not about to just up and leave for another game, right? That is where they gather, right? Like, it's the same reason that, you know, social media platforms are so hard to replace, right? Like, imagine trying to get your entire friend group on a social media platform to just drop it and leave. Or, you know, in real life examples, say you have a regular hangout. You know, when I was in grad school, the year that I was doing independently there, I was on a game team, and it was a regular thing that we would do, that we would go until the school closed, and then we would go to the Jack in the Box nearby and get some midnight food. Like, that was just the tradition. And was Jack in the Box good? No. It's Jack in the Box. It's not particularly good food, but, you know, it was there, it was reliable, and it was agreeable. And it would have taken, I think, a good amount of effort to convince everyone to be like, well, what if we went to something else? Right? People like their habits. People like the stuff that they know. They like where their community is established. And, you know, when you are playing an MMO purely by the merits of the gameplay, MMOs tend not to be strongest in that category. They tend to be strongest by the virtue of, I get to do this thing with all these other people. And every time I've quit an MMO, you know, there was mechanical burnout, certainly, but there's also a sense of disconnection from the community, that I wasn't really, like, playing with anybody anymore. We were all just kind of like, if we were all playing still, we weren't really like interacting that much, or my friend group had departed the game. The little bit that I still play Helldivers, I love it, but my main friend group that plays it doesn't really play it anymore. So I don't really take the time to jump onto it. Deadlock seems really interesting. I really want to try that game. I want to jump back into it and give it more playtime, but it's not the kind of game that I want to play by myself. I would really only want to play it with people that I know and that I'm comfortable playing games with. So, Josh sort of brought all this up because, say you wanted to jump into, you start playing World of Warcraft at, year 10, right? The game has already been out for ages. It's kind of like being the new kid in school, right? The social circles have been established. The traditions and social constructs are well known by everyone who's already been there for a long time, and you are trying to play catch up. You are trying to find somewhere that you fit, which you might not be able to do. So you're kind of just left, like, I don't know, it can be very awkward, right? To try and like find a space within the social hierarchy of an MMO that has been around for a long time. Whereas if you're getting in on the ground floor of a new MMO, a new social space, then you get to like help establish the social hierarchy and the structure and the norms. You get to have a level of control that you would not experience otherwise. I don't bring that up to be like, oh, it's all about like a power trip, but I think it can simply be like, well, this is much easier to establish myself in when we're all sort of figuring it out as we go. Though, Josh made the point as well that there is a little bit of power tripping in there, because a lot of times, with Kickstarter projects like these, one of the stretch goals or one of the pledge goals is, if you put in enough, you can design a creature, or you can, help develop a particular gameplay element. You can establish yourself as being integral to the DNA of the game for enough money. Which, I don't know, like, I'm sure there's a little bit of power trip, a little bit of that same desire in like world races for raids, being the team that beat this first, and that gets immortalized in, some record on the internet at least. But like Elite Dangerous has first discovery and first footfalls on systems. Like if you are the first person to find a system or fully map it, the game lists your name forever as being the first person to do that. And if you go to a planet and you are the first person to step on it, you get first football, and that is displayed on the planet's information for as long as the game runs. You are immortalized, and my character is thus immortalized in the game for as long as it will continue to run. And I remember, when Odyssey first came out, they said, well, we're not going to have it ready for consoles right away. We can't get it to run effectively on consoles. And there was a lot of pushback from the console players of, this is bullshit. All the PC players are going to get first dibs on those footfalls. So by the time we get a chance, all of the nearby opportunities are going to be taken up. We're going to have to go super far afield to find systems that haven't been discovered and planets that haven't been stepped on. To which event, like a year or two later, FDev went, yeah, so about that. We have bad news. But I think that did have a bit of an impact of, people, wanted the opportunity to leave their mark on the game, even though, like, it didn't reward anything, right? There was no intrinsic value, but people still wanted to have the opportunity to do that. And they got fairly upset when it was not an option. Lump! Who am I to keep you down? Elite has its community, and not everyone is, really active in the community, which is fine. But again, I think they're like, I enjoy, and I think a lot of people enjoy going to some of the more populated systems like Shinrata. I swear I never say it right. Or wherever the community goal is happening, and just like seeing the chatter of the other players, seeing their ships around the stations, or the blips in Super Cruise, the lights of all the people coming and going, is a satisfying experience. One of the things that has been really cool about the Star Citizen event, for all of its shortcomings, it does have issues. But one of the things that has been really fun is there's been a lot of activity. And it has been really cool to see all of these ships buzzing around the stations, flying in and out of their docking ports and heading off to whatever mission they're accomplishing. Let's go ahead and get those cargo pods unloaded. And what you have, what you know. I should get more RMC canisters while I'm here. I wonder, maybe the refinery deck sells it. I'm not sure who's gonna have it if the cargo bay does not. We'll have to go scouting for it. Goodbye. You can just leave that there. So, yeah, Josh's point in the video was less of like, this is what happened to Ashes of Creation, because like we were talking about before, we don't know, right? There's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of, sort of trying to corroborate the best available information. But it's a lot of unknown still. But it is interesting. Like, Ashes of Creation definitely had a fair amount of excitement around it, because I think there was sort of the feeling of like, this could be a fantasy EVE Online. This could be a fantasy Star Citizen of like having a real amount of impact and interactivity and space for, social groups to really sort of build out the world the way that they want to. Rock. But we didn't get it, unfortunately. A couple of these guys. And then you have RNC. Vector beam, Kindle light, fire extinguishers, quick flares. There you are. Okay, so that's the big one. That's what I need. Get a couple of these guys. Well, if you told me you were drowning, I would not lend a hand. Seen your face before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. Yeah, that's where we need to go. Alright, so we're gonna get the job going. So our current job is still going pretty well. And then we're gonna queue up this new one. We're gonna go ahead and put everything in. And then we wanted, what was it? It was the, I wish it said what we were using. Parametric? No. It was Dynix, I think. Yeah, that looks right. I'm just gonna double check against the parametric because I know this is gonna have the highest yield. Okay, so yeah, that holds steady. And I think no. What was the other one? It was Farron. No. Whatever, we're just gonna use Dynix, it's fine. Got the quote. Start the job. Okay, so that's going. And then what we need to go is over here. The inert materials. We just need to unrefined material value. Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay, so now that's empty. I think it just said that I still have it. Yeah, now it's gone. So now our bags are completely drained. And if we were to go out on another job, we would have full capacity. So the one thing that so there's two things that kind of suck about this. It's kind of sucks that I can't do this in a group, right? With the refining process, you know, you're kind of left, like, you can't really do it. Like, the shortest turnarounds are still like an hour or two. The group's not going to be able to benefit from that significantly. So, like, the current thing that I'm doing seems to be more or less the most effective way to do it, is, like, just go out and mine on your own, refine it, and once it's ready to go, then you would sign up or join a group and start selling. Well, not selling, but turning in. But for me, that's not going to be ready till tomorrow night anyway. Or tomorrow morning, but I'm not going to be playing right away, right? But whatever. Yeah, just take these giant ore pods and put them in my backpack. That's fine. Grab one of these guys. It's a really good pick. It sure is. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we really have enough time to do another run. I think I'm just gonna head back to... Well, actually, I think I'm probably just gonna crash here for tonight. Because I wanna... Well, I say that, but I need an actual car... Oh, I know what I can do. I know what I'll do. It's waiting for you. So, because basically I'm sort of running through the options of, like, how am I gonna get my ships to where I want them to be. So I was gonna run this back out to Michael too. What I think I'll do is park it on Port Tressler, the station orbiting Microtech. So, we're gonna fly back to Microtech. We'll dock at Port Tressler. We'll leave this here, and then we'll pull up another ship to take down to New Babbage. Because we gotta get our cargo ship to bring back here. Deep inside, and of this thing that I've become. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men I'm not could ever do. I bless the rains down in Africa. Go ahead and lock our ports again. Alright, while we're waiting on the hangar door, go ahead and lock in our destination. I don't like the long distance Lagrange points. So the L1 and L2 are sort of in the immediate proximity of the planet, right? L3 is on the far side of the star from the planet. And then L4 and 5 are at like a 60-degree inclination. Or not inclination, but 60 degrees ahead and behind on the orbital track. So they are a long ass way away from their planet. Alright, so that's how you get this like crazy distribution of points. That, you know, Microtech is up here, right? That's where we're going. We're at Mike L5. Mike L4 is over here. Mike L3 is here. It is on the opposite end of the orbital track. And you just have all these other Lagrange standpoint or stations, like not actually randomly distributed, but it sure fucking feels like it. Gravity sucks, man. Oh, that's a rock. So I do think I want to get the ship when it becomes available. Just while we're flying. I'll show you guys. So this is the ship that they just released. Oh, this is the trailer for it. I wanted the... Hang on, let me see if I can find the right video. I want the one where they actually kind of go through it. There it is. It's a pretty ship. Right? I do love the little winglets underneath. Like, it just gives it a nice little profile breakup. So yeah, they're saying it's based off of the Apollo, which is a medical ship. They basically took all of the medical components on the interior and just hollowed the ship out. So it's just like a huge cargo bay with a little living quarter in the front. So the ship that I have that I use for cargo hauling right now, the C1, has a capacity of 64 crates or 64 units. This has a capacity of 288. So it is much bigger and can handle much bigger hauling jobs. The other nice thing about it I do love the raft. The raft is super cute. So they're saying it's fast. It can go very fast in a straight line. It doesn't turn as well as some other ships of its class. Like, it's decently maneuverable, but it's not going to win any awards in that category. I do love the raft. The raft is just like, it's just industry in ship form. I love Argo's like hard industrial aesthetic. It's really good. What the hell? Someone just dumped a bunch of cargo out here. Just a bunch of processed food. Who's littering in space? What the fuck? Oh, I love that termination shock, dude. Just like that boundary between the lit and dark sides of the planets. Good. This game is beautiful. I love it. Did they explode? They might have exploded. It's possible that they got attacked. That is one thing that I was going to say though about the raft. I love its look, and it is very convenient. But the cargo grid is on the outside of the ship, so you just like take boxes and like stick them to the cargo bed, which is on the bottom. It's very easy to load and unload, but it does mean that your cargo is not well protected. I don't know if the functionality is in right now, but it does theoretically mean that your cargo can get shot off. Whereas having an interior cargo bay means that they would need to, like, well, rip your ship in half to get at the good little nuggety cargo interior. I want to show you guys one more thing that they added in this last patch. Once we get into the final ship. Once we get into the ship that's going to take us home. We're just waiting in the queue. Does Elite have docking queues? I feel like with the stations, they have enough landing pads that we never really have to wait. With the mega ships, I know we can get in docking queues if people are taking up the handful of landing pads. I did that once by mistake. I was like, I landed at a station or a mega ship. I was not used to, you know, high population centers, and people started yelling at me because I was just sitting on the pad. I'm like, oh fuck, I'm sorry. Here, we can put the video back on. So yeah, I love the raft. I was gonna get a raft, but I might get a Hermes now instead. Oh, here's my spot. There's just a bunch of jettison cargo dotted around. I don't know if this is some weird artifact of the game or if something weird happened. So yeah, I'm just gonna leave this ship up here. Because I feel like it's gonna be more useful sort of leaving it in orbit. Like, we'll go down and do some planet-side mining at some times, but our best results have been from the mining bases and, like, the various orbital positions. Alright, so let's go ahead and dock this. And we're gonna pull up my Aurora. We'll just shuttle down to the planet with that. So the Aurora is the only ship that I actually own. It's the only ship that I have bought with actual money. It is the only ship that I am going to buy with actual money. Unless they do some crazy discount offer where I can get like a Pisces, I might side grade to that, but I'm not going to put any more money in. You know, I've talked before, I feel like ship progression, ship purchasing is a big part of the progression loop in space games. I feel like spending real money on it kind of lets you fast track that, and I don't want to. I know they want me to, but I'm not going to. Did I leave anything up here? No, we're good. So, the Aurora is kind of fun because the other thing that they did this patch is they gave it the gold standard. So, like, these VTOL fans, that's new. They added in a fuel port right here, even though manual refueling isn't a thing yet, but it will be in the near future. They added the components on the sides here, which is funny because it's kind of hard to get at them. I think you can only really get at them with a tractor beam or with a repair module. I don't think there's a way that you can actually like climb up onto the Aurora. They added some more underneath here. Somewhere. Oh, right here. So these are actually empty right now. And then, can I get on top of the ship? Because there's more on top. They had a proper access panel rather than just kind of a weird hover thing. It'd be like, yeah, just kind of stand in front of the door and you'll get a prompt to open it. But yeah, I don't think there's a way to like actually jump on top of the Aurora, which is very strange because there are more components on the dorsal side. Weird. Nope. They changed up the shape of the bed interior a little bit. And there is a fire hydrant in here, so if things do go sideways, you know, you can at least put out the interior fires, which is good. Would not recommend burning to death if you can avoid it. So yeah, I see when you switch to the VTOL mode, the fins kind of pull back to expose the fan and give that little bit of extra upward thrust. The Aurora is a very bare bones little ship, right? It is really meant to be a starter. Like, kind of the idea in universe is it's a very simple ship, but for the majority of people, it's kind of all you really need from a ship. So a lot of people will get an Aurora and then that's just kind of good enough. So it's cheap, it's accessible, and it gets the job done. Now, before we head down, I want to show you guys something that they added. So with engineering, they added fire extinguishers, right? Because you got to be able to put out fires if they happen. And the community begged and begged and was like, CIG, please let us do this. And CIG said, Okay, fine. So, with the last patch, the fire extinguishers have thrust. So you can actually jet around in space using the fire extinguisher as a thruster. Yes, Martian Iron Man. So obviously it's very silly. It's very fun. It will be interesting to see if there's ever any relevancy. So this is what I was saying was kind of weird. They put components on the top of the ship, but like while you're in gravity, you can't really get up here. So I don't know what the plan is for that. So right now, this is just kind of a fun little thing that you can do. It is better than poking a hole. It is a dedicated amount of gas that you do not also have to share with breathing. So definitely a step in the right direction. So right now, oh, it is there. So you can kind of see, like there's that little yellow, so it says 20 degrees, and then there's that little yellow bar. It's a little bit depleted now, right? And I bet, yeah, as I continue to use it, it's going down. So there's actually a lot of charge, but over time, the fire extinguisher does deplete, and you have to put it back on its little stand, this little station, and it'll start to automatically fill back up. So right now, as long as you are wearing a suit, you have EVA capabilities. That will not always be true. Eventually, it will absolutely be the case that some suits, especially, you know, like heavier combat armor and such, will not have EVA capabilities. So, you know, it may become the case at some point if things go extremely sideways. You know, you might have to bail out of your ship in your non-EVA capable armor and just kind of be left with, I grabbed the fire extinguisher on my way out, and now I just have to do the best that I can with it. It is theoretically possible that that will happen at some point. But right now, you don't actually run into those scenarios. Plus, unfortunately, well, I say that, I was about to say there's not really any scenarios, but I was in a group the other night doing event stuff, and I was like zipping back here, and one of the guys in the group said, "Hey, I saw you fly past me. Can you come pick me up?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." So I found him on the map and I traveled to him. And he was just floating in space. I don't know what happened to his ship, but he was just kind of floating there. So I just pulled up close and he got aboard. And I took him back to Port Tressler and he was able to get off. Hello. Oh, there's my hangar. Some days do go that way, and I have, I think once, I actually hit the eject button before my ship exploded. And I was just kind of left floating in space. And it's like, well, now what? You know, right now, in most scenarios, the simplest and safest thing to do is to just, you know, backspace, reset to your respawn point and call it a day. Or, you know, pick up where you left off. But, you know, in the future, it will be the case that you don't necessarily want to do that, right? There will be penalties, actual penalties for dying. And so, you know, in those instances, you would actually, you know, want to take steps to have somebody come rescue you if possible. But that's still a ways off. You know, the penalty system in the alpha is still much more lenient because there's a lot of stuff that just happens because the game is not working correctly, and they don't really want to penalize you for that.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved towards space visitors again.
Okay. I know it's a couple minutes early, but I do think that's a good place to call it a night. I think we'll go ahead and sort of close things down. So I know tonight was unexpected, you know, really was hoping to get more game dev time in, but didn't quite shake out. I hope it was fun anyway. I hope you guys enjoyed our space rock fishing session and just kind of chatting about stuff. Like I said, so the plan, what I am going to do my best to hold to is tomorrow I'm going to post up the test build of pages and start seeing if I can pass it around to people to get some feedback on. Hey, no worries. You don't have to apologize for showing up. A chatter, a chum arrives precisely when they mean to. I appreciate you guys being here at all. Doesn't matter if you show up late, show up early, show up for a little, show up for the whole time. I just appreciate that you guys want to spend some time here. I appreciate that you think of me and that you wanna hang out with this goober. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the VOD. Everyone say bye-bye to the VOD squad. We're gonna find somebody that we can raid. So yes, the plan, I am going to release the test build of the game tomorrow. Make a post about it on Discord. I'll probably make some posts on socials. I'll talk to a few people and see if I can advertise it a little bit on their Discords as well and see if they're interested in messing around with it. Probably not. Like, it's not a finished game by any measure, right? It's really just for testing purposes, but if anyone wants to give it a go, I would certainly appreciate any and all participation. And then put you... Oh, I also turned the volume settings up for the stream a little bit, so let me know if that's any better. What did I fucking do? I broke my arms. I ripped my bloody arms off. Anyway, yeah, let's see who's around tonight. Let's see who's hanging out. Who's being cool on a Thursday night? And yeah, I will try, hopefully sometime next week, make even just a little bit more headway that we can actually start to approach it, or like I said, put together sort of a task list so that we can even if we are still stuck on the animation front, we can sort of move forward in other ways, right? We'll figure something out. All right, I think we're gonna go say hi to Coco and Boru. They're playing Arc Raiders. We're gonna do a Rock Kraken raid. Yeah, you as well. I appreciate everyone being here. I hope everyone has as you say, get some very good rest. I hope everyone has a wonderful Friday. I hope it is kind to you. I hope it is easygoing. I hope it is a great start to a wonderful weekend. Let's go ahead and get that bus rolling. So, anything else as we're wrapping things up? I don't think so. Yeah, do please keep an eye out if you are interested in participating in the testing at all. I'd appreciate anyone who's willing to provide feedback. It does help a lot in making the game work better, run better, be more fun to play, etc., etc. Yeah, I'll try and get that going. I do want to try and get some model stuff done. And yeah, by Saturday, we'll be playing some Horizon, and I will have hopefully figured out the next art project. Because yeah, I didn't have that ready to go today either. I'm just like, well, we are completely unprepared. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I think that's about it. I think that's all I got. But I'll see you all this weekend for some more shenanigans. Yes, the usual. That's my secret, Cap. I never know what's going on. But yeah, take care, everyone. And as always, remember to be kind to others and to be kind to yourselves, because you guys are doing a great job, and I'm really proud of you. I really appreciate you. So thank you, Chums. Take care. Keep being awesome. I'll see y'all on Saturday.